good evening, and a happy Wednesday to everybody. It's definitely Wednesday. You can't convince me of otherwise. No idea where a hum would be coming from. Oh yeah, hang on. It's mirrored because I was using it to brush my hair. Especially for Archer. I had a shower, washed my hair, styled it, all for Archer's sake. There you go, back to normal. Yeah, so the running theory, can't even talk, is that the NVMe drive overheated, so I'm keeping an eye on it. Seems fine at the moment. Still quite high, but hopefully it won't blue screen on us. Right, microphone's in the right place, I'm in the right place, and we are going to carry on with where we left off last night. Fortunately, the auto-saved in a reasonably good position, and it might have actually been the autosave that caused the crash, because it's really quite HDD heavy, so you never know. Right, where are we? Not that one, we want that one. So I had a fiddle with it this afternoon, and I thought it would be quite cool if we had a central column with like a little fire pit, and then we put the table and chairs around the fire pit and kind of base the whole room around this sort of central fire pit location, which I thought would look quite cool. Then we'll have to bring out the support brackets, support girders from the sides accordingly, and have kind of like a circular lighting arrangement around there. Hopefully it'll look quite cool. Yes, CSI. All good. Yes, Jason. Oh, it was quite simple yesterday. So I accidentally flashed up one of our accounting pages for our accountant doing our tax returns, because I always have like a bazillion windows and tabs open at any one time, and I kind of thought, okay, well, I'll go back and just blur that out later on after the stream. But then my computer crashed about 15 minutes later, so I quickly messaged Claire and said, can you just delete the stream and then we'll make another one. That's all it was. I did not. Yeah, building ships as part of like an in-game thing is challenging because of the way we build ships. All of our hardware has proper cabling and it's all piped up and wired up, and it's all, right down to data cables. They all have to be positioned specifically. So at some point, if we were ever to do shipbuilding, it would have to be modular based and probably based on a series of different chassis designs. So we'd have a base chassis that would contain the reactor. So basically all the power plant stuff would already be always in place in the same place. And then you kind of bolt on different bits of ship, according to what you want to build it for. And then we have to have kind of perfectly aligned attachment points for all the different pipes and cables and things. So it's non-trivial. It's not as simple as, say, like No Man's Sky or Starfield, where you can just bolt bits on and they work quite happily. We have actual live cabling to worry about. Yeah, I guess it's Strange New Worlds-esque in its open plan approach. To be honest, I mean, when you look at it, I think Pike's Quarters are probably about this size in Strange New Worlds, and probably a similar shape as well with the curve. Although, I would say, we built this long before Strange New Worlds was even a thing, so I'm claiming ownership of it. So really the first thing I need to do is define where our midpoint is, because generally the midpoint of the curve would be along this line here, but we've pulled it back from the corridor to create these alcoves. So we've actually moved the midpoint to where the fire pit would be. So it's going to look a bit odd because we're going to have like an offset curve from the normal place, but it's not the end of the world. You won't notice it when you're in it. You only really notice it when you look at it from above, which you never will in game, so not an issue. Yeah, Claire's been on stream once, and it was a challenge to get her onto it, but we did achieve it, and it was funny. Yeah, one of the dev streams about probably 6 to 8 months ago, for a joke, we had Claire start the stream instead of me, so it was her face instead of mine, and yeah, she was so nervous, it was adorable. Yeah, Christopher, we did look at something like that. So the rooms can be multi-purpose. So like a science lab doesn't necessarily need to be a science lab. You could put something else in that same physical footprint. So we could do something like that, very easily, I suppose. But yeah, it's kind of not what people want in terms of shipbuilding. I can't remember, David, actually. It was months ago. Okay, so ideally, we need to know where the middle is to there. So I think it would be quite cool to have a circular light fitting around this area and kind of work outward from this point when designing the room. So I need to make sure that any support pillars are sort of equidistant from the middle. Should be, David? Yeah, it should be one of the dev stream playlists. It wasn't one of the Caravella ones or anything like that. It was definitely a normal dev stream. But whenever that was, I don't know. Can't remember. It was a while ago. Right, if we go 4 meters that way. Yeah, I'm on a keto diet at the moment, so I'm trying to avoid all carbs and sugars as much as I can, hence the fizzy water. I also have smart water to make me cleverer. Doesn't seem to be working though. I think we do, David, yeah. I'm sure I've seen it in the shops. Thanks, Caesar. Yeah, I did consider getting one of those SodaStream things, but I think the problem with it is they require so much in the way of gas cylinders that I'd constantly be running out of them. I'm thinking if we go for about 20 degrees like that and have those as angled supports across there. And then we're fortunate enough that we've got a taller ceiling on this room, so we can make more use of the headroom. Let's have a look. I remember my nan had one years ago. And by years ago, I mean about 30 years ago. I haven't seen one since. So Claire had a good idea earlier about using these support beams for shelving, so we can kind of put some shelves in the hollow space, which I think would look quite nice. So we'll definitely do that. Well, speaking of which, we do need to come up with, like, what equipment would you actually have in a kitchen on this ship? I think a couple of organic 3D printers, definitely, and some form of drinks vending machine. It's not going to need a lot in the way of cupboard space and like fridges and things, because with the organic printers you can just print out what you need as you need it. But we'll have a look. I've reserved all of this space for those things, so we should be able to squeeze in whatever we need. Yes, so the SketchUp files get exported in pieces. So, like in this particular instance, what we export is this. So this bit here is what gets exported to the engine. And then things like wall panels and things are exported separately. And obviously we then just join all that together. within the engine itself. It's why there isn't a complete ship in SketchUp, because we only need to export the unique geometry. Like these set of quarters here are then copy pasted twice, so we don't need them twice in SketchUp because we've got the unique geometry we need. Okay, so the fun part now is basically doing the same job we just did, but on a curve. Make that a group so we're not messing up the lines. Yeah, that's definitely on my to-do list, CSI. Once I've got the decks themselves absolutely bedded in, and then we know what style of corridor panels we're having on a per deck basis, then yeah, I will split them up into multiple files. I mean, there is a certain convenience in being able to load them all up at once, but in terms of memory footprint and file size and how quick it takes to save, then yeah, splitting it up would definitely be preferable. So if we go with our standard cavity width of 40 centimeters for the walls, then that's how big these beams need to be. So we need to rotate that around there accordingly. So first of all, we need to know how high is it. So let's say if we do it from there, just to keep it out of the rest of the geometry, make ourselves a little marker so we know where we are. Let's try it with 64 edges and see how crazy it is. Far too many edges. Alright, so we'll halve that. So from there to there, and from there to there. I was going to flip it, but by the time I've worked out the angle, it would have been easier just to draw the other line. So from there to there, and from there to there. So we are slightly offset from where the wall would have been, but that's fine. See, the lover of symmetry in me would love to have just continued that through there, but I think we are better off sticking with a smaller bathroom, because it's going to be easier to fill the bedroom with furniture than it would be to try and fill the bathroom with furniture. So I'll keep that as it is. even though you've got that step there, which is less than perfect. It will, however, need to move the door over a bit. Hey, Max. Oh, you're all over the world. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. It's me being picky. I'm not a fan when things don't line up. Actually, let's make this a group before it starts intersecting with stuff. Ah, that's what's doing it. Get rid of those lines. So we need to do the same thing we did with these now, and angle them at the same distance from the wall, which is going to be the challenging bit. I suppose if I measure these ones, let's call it 182, and then this one, yeah, 182. So pretty much exactly there. We stay perpendicular to that edge. Okay, then that would go down 20 degrees like that. It is indeed on Do Not Disturb, yes. I think what I'll do actually to cut those exactly is if I make a cutting tool using this. So we go from there to there, to there, to there, and then to there. In fact, didn't need to do that. It's an easier way. Just copy that face. Right, then we can extend that out like that. And we copy that 90 degrees 3 times. So that would be the perfect square angle. And then I suppose the easiest thing to do for these ones, oops, so if we do 90 degrees from that edge, and then we rotate that edge. So right, yeah, so the immediate issue here, of course, is that the room is obviously longer than it is wide, so they're going to have to come in, well, to there, I suppose. Preferably, I'd like that to be the same distance on both sides. So if we measure that like that, make our life a bit easier and align our world axes to there. Then we can flip that 180. And then, to be perfectly honest, we may as well flip that 180 as well, so we know where our line is. So then when we chop that, it will be the right shape and distance. Yeah, I agree there's too many seats. I'll maybe make this a bit narrower so that we use less seats. Yes, so that's exactly what I'm doing, Christopher. I'm going to have these come up as a curve there, and then I'm going to have a rounded bit of ceiling there with a light in it, and that's going to come down in like a flute, like a fluted shape to the fire pit in the middle. Should be rather cozy looking when it's done. Although I am debating whether or not these need to come out a bit further. Kind of more like that, maybe. Obviously they will only be that thick, but I think they're better if bigger. Yeah, fit half a child on the end. Okay, so that makes that 147 there, only 88 there. But then, as much as I'm all for the symmetry of the thing, I think we're going to struggle with headroom going through there, so it can't be too close. But that said, if we try and keep the same distance from the middle. So what was that? That's 340, 337, 337. Yeah, so actually doing that does actually make them fairly level in terms of distance from the center. This is going to come in slightly, so we're going to have probably a curved corner here with some shelves going up the side there. Probably some kind of shelving unit at the end as well. Because the idea, we need lots of shelf space for storing stuff that you pick up on your journeys. And this is going to have shelves in it as well. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. I like that it's split into different areas, and there's some form of visual separation between those areas, and yet at the same time it is an open plan space with like a central feature. And that does make it feel a bit less like there's too much space. Let's just see how well the dude fits in the gap. Seems comfortable enough there. Yeah, then flooring wise, we'll have definitely some kind of circular trim around there. Maybe even like a wooden bit around it. Could be quite cool. Yeah, exactly that. So like a wooden area around there. Do the carpet trim around where the desk and everything's going to go. Yeah, then we'll need to take this beam up into the ceiling as well. Because one of the things, other monitors in the way, one of the things we have is the height of the ceilings here are really quite tall compared to the rest of the ship. So we can actually go up a lot taller for these ceilings versus the other ones. Just checking temperatures while it auto saves. Yeah, so having that vertical space available really makes you want to use it. So if we take this up to like that height, then that makes this central section taller than the rest of the areas, which again might look quite cool. Okay, so we're going to have to cut that. Suppose I'll just do it on the midpoint for now. Obviously this beam is now in the wrong place, so that all needs moving. Yeah, exactly, Christopher. And it also makes the VIP suites different in the other crew quarters, not because of how open they are, but also because of how tall they are. Yeah, so it'd be more up there. And I was conscious of the fact that if you're sat round the curved table, we don't want this too low, otherwise you're not going to be able to see the person on the other side if you're talking to them. So we'll surround it by glass, I expect. So we have a glass cylinder there that you can just see through. That should hopefully make it possible to have easy conversation. Actually, let's do the fluting now, just so we can get an idea for what it's going to look like. So if we're coming down, just trying to get the height above there right, so that would be 1 meter away from there. It could be smart glass, yeah, there's no reason for it to be real fire. Kind of like that. It should look quite cool. Obviously I'll increase the poly count on it when we do it properly. Yeah, there will be very little in the way of straight once we've done it. Like the undersides of these will be rounded, and this will all be rounded as it goes across there. So that it'll be very curvy once it's done. A bit like this, I suppose. Like there's very little in the way of straight lines here other than the shelves. Yeah, it's definitely a struggle at times, King Crab, but I think what helps is this started off as a hobby, and you know, I enjoy designing starships. I always have done, so it's just a continuation of something that I was already doing, so I may as well continue already doing it. It helps if you're already doing it, because if you're already doing it, it's easier to keep already doing it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, without the community that we have, probably would have given up years ago. It's very hard to overstate how helpful having a supportive community is. Especially someone like me, who is accident prone. Well, what I like actually, Dustin, is if we were to make it a form of smart glass rather than actual fire, then like with the lift on the Caravella, we could have an aquarium there, or a waterfall, or fire. It could be anything you want it to be at the touch of a button. Yeah, I think not listening to the community is pretty much the biggest mistake a developer could make. I mean, if you're not going to listen to the people you want to play your game, then you know what you're doing. Yeah, and you're right. Like seasonal scenes, you could have like a Santa's snow globe kind of thing in there. Okay, so right now that's 0.8 of a meter. Typical work surface would be about 60. I think my desk is about 60. I never leave home without it. So if I measure my desk, that comes out to about 66 centimeters, no, 65-ish. So just thinking about the space you would need to actually sit and eat. I'd say at least 50. Let's go with 60, same as my desk, and see. So that would be to there, so which means we don't need that. Actually, if I pull it all the way in, then we'll see how many we can realistically fit. So that's basically 7 chairs. if we do it like that. It's probably more realistic, isn't it? Obviously we'll make this all nice and ornate, made out of wood, make it nice and chunky. And to be honest, probably incorporate this into it so that that forms part of the design. So rather than having a hovering table, as we all usually end up with, have that as the table support. And then some kind of trim around there. As you can see, the fire is ultra realistic. Could do, yeah. I think I'd worry about legroom doing it that way, but we shall see. They certainly won't be dining room chairs. Yeah, so we could do that, but that does... It removes the whole... It does the whole breaking line of sight thing to the person opposite you if you're speaking to someone, so definitely want to retain the ability for people to communicate. And there goes the camera. Yeah, more like that. To be honest, I'd love to do the Riker chair mount as an Easter egg animation. So, like maybe 1 in 100 times when you sit down, it does a Riker. Probably a bit small if we go 1.5 meters out, and that should cater for a fully pulled out chair. So if we think about a typical seated position being there, then if we have like a wooden base around it, then the chair still fits when pulled out. Obviously that will need to come up all the way up to there. Might be easier if I maybe do that manually. Hang on, have a look. I think I'll recut that, it'll be easier. But yeah, that as a general idea. Might end up making that curve wider. So if we, hang on, move the monitor out of the way a minute. It's overlapping. My monitor bracket is slightly too small for my monitors, so they will slightly overlap. It's very annoying. So I need to, so this is going to cut down in a curve anyway because of where the outer hull runs. So it will look something not unlike that. which would be quite nice actually. Having a curve to the ceiling, again, just gives it a bit of shape. It's going to have a nice feel to it, I think, once it's done. Let's get rid of them for a moment. And I think let's also get rid of this for a moment, just so we can see what we're doing better. Helps if we're in the right group. Might bring it down ever so slightly so that we don't have so much of a pinch point here. And it's not terrible, but maybe just a little bit. Hey, LT. So of course the other thing we need to do then is sort out what we're doing with the ceiling lighting for the 4 quadrant areas. And I'm thinking probably not embedded, so we'll have them dropped, like a hanging fixture of some kind in each location. So what I'm conscious of is, I mean, that is the outer hull right there. And normally we have our cavity where we run things like HVAC through the ceilings. So we definitely also still need that. So I think if we come out here a minute. So we have taller ceilings anyway in this section of corridor. So yeah, so the HVAC can actually rise up and go through the wall at the level we need it. So that's fine. But it does mean we need to leave enough room for that cavity. So that is going to have to come down a bit. How much of a bit? That's the question. So it's very difficult to do it with the lid on. think I've left a 52 centimetre gap there. So we're actually just shy of the ceiling anyway. The easiest way to do this actually is if we get rid of the top section a minute. And what we can do is we can actually thicken that edge. Oh, here comes autosave. Just looking to see if any of this spikes. Why is that section so thick? Yeah, that's way too thick for the hull. I should have to review that at some point because that's too thick. It should be inch thick, which is what this is. But anywho, if I create the cavity using the actual outer hull geometry, hang on, let's escape from it a minute. Right, so let's copy this up out the way. Right, so I specifically just want the underside piece, which is that bit. And then if we do that, basically we don't want any of that. Sure what's going on there. Definitely some weird glitchy geometry here. Let me see if I can sort that out. Weird. something is definitely weird about this. Like, if it's not misaligned vertices or like overlapping vertices, then it must be something else that's gone on with it. Like, why wouldn't it triangulate that face? And why did that just do that? What? Why does creating a face there delete one there? That is not natural. Well, I quite literally have no idea what's going on with that. That's really, really weird. That's just one of those times where something is bugged. It has to be, because otherwise that couldn't possibly happen. Wonder if there's like some hidden something or other on it. I can't see any hidden layers or anything. Let's try merging the vertices again. Yeah, I've never experienced this before. It's kind of behaving like there's two vertices really close together, so it's not forming a proper face. But we're literally merging. Let's merge them even more aggressively. Like what's our minimum distance? That would be this, wouldn't it? So that's 20 centimeters. Yeah, so we can merge that super aggressively. Like there shouldn't be any overlapping vertices. And yet it remains broken. I suppose the easiest way to fix this that again. Right, so if we know that bit's good, so if we take that and then that, we should be able to replace the geometry with known good geometry. So, which is the beauty of working in circles. Other than that one square. So strange. Yeah, I can only put this down to corruption. Something is corrupted about this group. I can explode the group. Yeah, that just made it worse. All right. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Like, something's obviously broke and we're just gonna move on. The reason I actually needed this particular surface was I needed to extend our cavity, so we've got like a plane to work from. So if we do that at 50 centimeters, then of course it's going to break because something is glitchy about that particular bit. Okay. So let's replace the whole lot. So get rid of all of that. Right, so we know we need to line up to there. So we'll delete all of that except that. And hope this geometry is good. In fact, let's explode that group so it's not even the group, and then we'll move that completely out of the way just to increase our chance of success with whatever the bug may be. Let's copy that to there, and then times 10. 15. Yeah, 15. There we go. Right. So that's all brand new geometry. Oh, what on earth? Even if you increase the angle of the normals, it's like, nope, I'm not going to soften. So weird. Yeah, you would not think this possible, but SketchUp has other plans, obviously. I mean, I could re-extrude the face, maybe. It's definitely a SketchUp problem, yeah. As to what the problem is, it's anyone's guess, but it does not like this particular bit of mesh. Wonder if... No. Hang on. Just out of curiosity, if I get rid of that lot, and then we bridge it using that. So technically, we've just made brand new geometry out of that, other than the edge pieces. 15 instances of that. Now, see, immediately you can see that there's an issue there. So before we try smoothing it, let's again just try and merge any unhappy vertices. Oh, that's fixed that problem. Okay. Will it? Will it? Ooh, there we go. So it was very unhappy with something, and yeah, hopefully that has fixed it. Right. And then we can extrude our face. Finally, there we go. That's one of those jobs that should have taken all of about 2 minutes and ended up taking 20 because of something obviously not working right. So of course now we've been messing about with it, we don't know where our actual height was, so we need to turn the old one back on momentarily. That on there. That's interesting. Has also slightly misaligned the geometry as well, just for good measure, because you wouldn't expect it to actually work, would you? Yeah, it's definitely created geometry of a different scale, but it's not necessarily the end of the world, because all we need it for is to kind of assess where our ceiling needs to go. So you can see that with that cavity taken into account, these beams are too high, so they definitely need lowering down. I am tempted actually to cut the beams from the ceiling curve, because having that curve there to work with is actually beneficial. Let's get rid of that, copy that. Oh look, it's decided to bug again. So yeah, it's like there's a virus in this particular bit of geometry. Like whenever anything interacts with this particular bit of geometry, it messes up. What on earth? So what I was going to do is take the profile of our cross there and then cut that out of this surface. Although that said, I don't think, yeah, it's not actually touching any of the dodgy bits, so Let's give it a try and see. So if we grab that face, pop it on there, and then we grab that face, and also pop it on there, and then those ones. Right, if we make that a component a minute, right, then we can edit this in isolation over here somewhere. Let's just merge all that together. Pop that down through there. And what I'm hoping we've ended up with is a nice profile for the ceiling, like so. And we can then extrude that, keeping that profile, like so. Okay, and if we then just get rid of that bit. There we go. Now we know what we're working with in terms of our ceiling ability. If we just grab that face for now, group that up, delete the rest of it. Thank you, Danger Bass. Yeah, I definitely think we're onto something with this. Right, so the same with this one. We'll keep the edge pieces and then delete all the rest. And then this is way too tall, so we can get rid of that. And then we're going to have to bring that fluted face down. It would have been a lot more convenient if we were working with a flat ceiling, because obviously we got a circular flute and a curved ceiling to fit it to. So I think what we'll do is probably make a flattened section to work with. So it'd have to go more like that, I suppose. So we're still retaining the same general look and feel, which is we've lowered it down by about 0.5 meter. And then if we turn on our virus riddled ceiling a minute, that would be up there, which means we have that ceiling cavity. Yeah, why would I make it organic? What a masochistic thing to do. Don't you dare. I'm going to give this the benefit of the doubt because there's probably different angle to face there. Actually, just thought of a reason to keep hold of that outer bit on there, that bit. Yeah, so if I copy that, because I can undo our extrusion like that, and because I copied it before I undid it, I actually still have it in memory, which is useful. Right, and now we can use that as a separate object, which means that it seems to be behaving currently. So I can then thicken this up to the thickness it would need to be for the ceiling. Okay, and then we can cut holes in that accordingly. Right, if I make that a component as well. Then that needs to be 50 thicker. Actually, probably not. It should be 47.5 to account for the thickness of the whole metal itself. So 47.5. So that would form the actual structural member up in the ceiling. Like so. So when we turn on the actual hole plating, that should be conforming to it perfectly. So there shouldn't be any gap. No, so the beam is now touching the skin, the outer skin of the ship perfectly, which means we now have our inner cavity here. So this forms the ceiling cavity, and then what I'll do is cut some holes through the cavity there for giving a little bit more height for lights and for running utilities. So all the utilities can run across this gap. So we'll have probably a hole in this beam where we kind of punch through with the HVAC and that sort of thing. Yeah, and then these walls will need to come up correspondingly high all the way to that point. So in terms of height gained in this endeavour, the original ceiling height would be level with the top of this wall. So we've basically gained like that much height on the room by doing this. So it's not a huge amount of additional headroom, but it's enough to make it feel a little bit more exclusive, which is what we want. So I'm just thinking to myself, when we do the deck maps, obviously we turn off the ceilings and everything to draw the deck map. But if we have beams going across like this, then how do we want them to appear from above? I suppose we're just going to have them rendered, which means in an ideal world then half of this mesh needs to be in the top part and half of it needs to be in the bottom. So we're only rendering half of it when we chop off the ceiling for doing deck maps and such. So that needs to be a separate group, and then we'll grab a copy of that, put that in the same group. Yeah, so then that that bit up as well. It's very fiddly, this bit. Right, so we extract that, but leave that. Then that becomes part of B-deck frame top. Then we'll just chop that out a minute while we're here. And then if we paste that back in, that's the bit underneath. Right, so those are our visible beams. It'll be the same in all of the staterooms. Claire mentioned this earlier because she was saying about wouldn't the captain's one be generally more aimed at entertaining versus the other ones? But it's kind of not specified exactly which one is the captain's one, so it's up to the player to choose which quarters they want specifically. So really they all need to be the same layout. Plus they all have the same physical footprint anyway, so we may as well just do them all the same. Plus it makes my life easier because we can just copy paste it 6 times. Thank you, Deco. Stranded in Texas? How is he stranded in Texas? Ah, not good. Wonder if it's worth doing a shout out on the Discord just to see if anyone's in the area. When starting a stream, there is an option on there to do a fundraiser, and I'm wondering whether it's worth having Sunday stream be a fundraiser stream, so we can help Delta out. I mean, that's 3 days from now, which isn't immediately helpful. But yeah, if anyone's in Texas that can help Delta out, then yeah, get in touch with Firstus or Claire and see if we can get him unstranded. Oh, amazing, Firstus, well done. Okay, well, if waiting till Sunday isn't an issue, then we'll definitely do a fundraiser stream on Sunday and see if we can garner some help for him. I'm thinking with this, in order for this to not be a painful nightmare, maybe we actually straighten the ceiling on this side. I mean, or it could just go up vertically, maybe. Yeah, I mean, this is really what SketchUp was designed for. So, yeah, it's doing what it does best for the most part. Well, funnily enough, I used an IKEA website to do the sofa measurements, so yeah, it kind of is IKEA in space. Well done, Claire. That didn't come up as a link. Try sticking http:// and all the slashes in front of it. And all the wobble use. Hold on. Yes, so our very own Delta seems to be stranded, and that is not a healthy looking truck, so if anyone could please donate for him, that would be very much appreciated. And yeah, we can hopefully get him unstuck from his current location. Thanks all. Link is in the chat. The other thing that I'm thinking of with this ceiling being angled the way that it is it's going to complicate things like these wall panels. Obviously they're straight across the top, so we're going to have to make them angled as well to fit the ceiling, unless we have is we have a lip that goes around the outside that the wall panels then butt up against. That might be the way to go, actually. Obviously this side it lowers down a bit, but then that's going to be a support anyway, so yeah, I think we'll do that. Yeah, one of them. That way we've got a height to put the cupboards up to as well. That's what makes this such a wonderful community. Thank you to everyone who's helping support him. It's really cool to see. Yeah, the first one went pear-shaped, Ollie Nonny, so we're doing it again. Yeah, I think we'll do like maybe a dark wooden trim around the top, just to make up the rest of the height up to the ceiling. And then we'll take take what we've done for the support and mold that into it. Well, it wasn't anything exciting. It was just a bunch of stuff that we were doing with our accountant for the taxes. But it was probably like not the sort of thing you want to share publicly. It was just doxing a bunch of details. So ironically, it's all stuff that will be public record once the taxes are submitted anyway, so it's not necessarily the end of the world. But yeah, thought for now, best get rid. Yeah. That's just me having too many tabs. I've always got too many tabs open. And I never, like whenever I go to do something, I won't use an existing tab. I'll open a new tab, but then I won't close that tab. And then I'll open another tab until I have like a bazillion tabs. Because for some reason I just seem psychologically incapable of closing tabs. Hey, Omega Guy. But yes, I think I didn't answer the question. Yeah, so Deco, you will be able to pick stuff up and put them on shelves. So the whole point of filling this room with shelves is you can pick up like an interesting rock from a planetary surface and then put it on one of your shelves, along with any alien artifacts or interesting plants or anything like that. We want people to fill the ship with stuff they found on their journey. Might have to redo some of this to just redo this face, because we've got part of the existing curve that's just happens to align with this beam, so we'll chop that off and reface that so we don't have that line down the middle. But I'm just looking at just making sure we can sort out the wall panels without it messing up the rest of it. So the easiest way to do that, if we just take a copy of all these faces. It'd be handy if I could do it all at once, to be fair. Right, if I copy that up there a minute, then we explode. Explode again. Right, there we go. That gives me a nice footprint for the room. And we can get rid of all of that. And whatever else we might have left behind up there. Okay, yeah, so if we have like an upper plinth of some kind, like that, and then what we'll do is we'll cut that to match the same slope as the beam, so that it stays consistent. Yes, Noni, that's actually what we were talking about sort of at the beginning of the stream. So the idea with this is when you're sat in the chair, yeah, you can have conversations, but you're right, that is probably a bit high up. But yeah, it absolutely can be lowered. None of this is final geometry yet, I know, because it's all jaggedy and not properly smoothed. Right now we're just getting an eye for the actual space within the room. Oh, retractable. Oh yeah, no reason why not. Delta stranded in Texas somewhere. Not sure where actually. Oh, middle of nowhere. He's stranded in the middle of nowhere, which is not a great place to be in the middle of. Now, let me just show this again. So, yes, if anyone can please help Delta. Delta is currently stranded with a broken down truck and needs help with funding for repairs. So if anyone could please help him out, that would be fantastic. And Claire shared the link just now in the chat. Thank you muchly. Having been stranded in the vehicle before, I know that's not a fun experience. Oh, does it not auto-refresh? I was expecting it to auto-refresh. Oh, wow. Alright, yeah. Yeah, well done, guys. That's brilliant to see. Yes, they are, Oni Noni. Yeah, well done, people. Amazing. Apparently I donated as well. Not quite sure how I managed that while streaming. I suspect Claire may have had something to do with it. Yeah, I think this will work. Because it gets us the lip that we can put the wall panels up to. And then it gives us that space that we can use for doing the ceiling lighting. Which I think, given the fact it's a curved ceiling, we'll probably hang it down so that it's flat relative to the room. Stuck in the wall. Oh, and autosave. Yeah, exactly, CSI. Yeah, the running theory at the moment is my NVMe drive overheated and then caused Windows to have a panic attack. So we're trying again today. So far so good. What's it been? Well, it's been longer than yesterday, so clearing out all that dust and cat hair must have done the trick. Thank you. Just wondering whether or not that's not quite sticking out far enough, but well, we'll run with it for now. It's a joke, Elliot. It's not really part one. So, obviously, we've been building the Magellan in its various guises since January 21, so it's it's certainly not part one. But Sunday streams are always now the Caravella build streams, so we decided to make the Wednesday streams the Magellan build streams. So on Wednesdays I'm just going to be building the interior of the Magellan, because it's stuff that I'm not doing during the day. Like during the day I'm working on stuff for the patch systems and the log and all that lot. Stuff that I have to work on because that's like our development to-do list. But that means I'm not working on the ship generally. So by doing this on Wednesdays means I get to flesh out areas of the ship which are not specifically in a patch log. Which is nice. It means it gets it done a bit quicker. Thanks. Yeah, I think having that lip is also going to make it feel a bit more homely as well, if that makes sense. It's a bit more comfortable just having that extra bit of overhang. It's not going to feel quite so open and imposing. One of the questions that we had to solve was what we're doing in terms of like a TV screen or something, like some kind of an entertainment screen, and there isn't anywhere obvious to put it right now. I mean, this wall here would seem like the obvious place to put it, and I'm wondering whether or not we angle the sofa the other way and then keep this wall space clear for a screen of some kind. Yeah, see, putting a hollow screen on the table, yes, absolutely, that could be a way of doing it, but yeah, we wanted to reserve the hologram technology for like big technology like the bridge display, because it's not something, you know, ubiquitous on the ship yet. If we made holo technology that small, then there's no excuse not to use it everywhere. So we wanted to keep its usage minimal where possible. Some kind of a pop-up screen that pops out of the table, that might solve the problem, but like, is it not then a bit close to where you're sat? Unless we made the table bigger, of course. We could always do that. Maybe make it more square with a screen in it. Maybe. Yeah, so it's an interesting question. Yeah, and the window could very much become a TV, but again, we don't have any chairs that are conveniently facing it. But yeah, so the question of what is this crew doing for entertainment in 200 years' time? So we had a brief chat on this yesterday. So right now, with the way AI technology is going, you are almost at the point where you can start generating entertaining videos just via prompt. So that's possible now, and it's pretty much indistinguishable from the real thing in some cases. We're not talking like Will Smith eating spaghetti here. Some of the newer stuff is really impressive. So, project that forward 200 years, and if you imagine that the worst it's ever going to be is now, then in 200 years' time, it's going to be possible to be able to just prompt a movie or prompt some music. You literally just say, I want to watch a film about X, Y, and Z, and it will literally just then play you a film on that subject matter based on your criteria. A bit like how they program the holodeck in Star Trek. They go in there and they describe the characters they want, they describe the scenes they want, and the holodeck kind of just puts all that together via the computer. So I think in 200 years' time, you'll be able to just instantly get whatever you want in terms of entertainment on a screen. And I don't think we're ever going to stop using screens as our medium for just visual entertainment. I don't think people are going to stop watching TV in 200 years. I just think how they access that is going to be very, very different. And for better or worse, things like the movie industry won't be the same as it is today. It'll be a lot more on demand. Yeah. So I think the inclusion of some kind of entertainment media in there is necessary as just part of the room, and we'll do the same for just the general crew quarters as well. So they will have a fake window which will double up as a screen. Just simple things like perhaps someone's into retro gaming, and they like to sit there with their retro Xbox controllers and just have a game. It's I think that sort of thing isn't necessarily going anywhere. Obviously, there might be some other whole new form of entertainment that I can't think of that exists in 200 years. But I think on-demand entertainment via AI generation is probably the way it's going. So, in our universe, you would just sit there on the sofa and you'd be like, I want to hear some music that's like Vivaldi. And then it would just play music, like literally instantly made up on the spot that sounds like Vivaldi. Yeah, I think that's the way it's going. And probably a lot sooner than 200 years. Yeah, we do have AR glasses as part of the crew uniform, so, well, like an AR headset thing. So we can always key into that. No, GTA 6 still won't be released. Yeah, the more I look at this, I think the more I'm thinking that we're going to have to just have a lip around the bottom there so that we can keep this flat. And then the ceiling will just connect to this cylinder, like wherever it happens to be height-wise. I still have my axes marker here anywhere. Did I delete that? Oh no, that one will do. Just so we can draw lines easily in the right direction. Why is that not lined up? Good job, everyone. We're 56% there already. Yeah, so I'm going to have to redo this face along here because not a lot of it is coplanar. Which is a minor annoyance, but just leave that there for now. Which means we don't need those guides. Yeah, then in this space here, the idea was that we'd have some kind of shelving. So we'll carry that line across. Let's be a little bit more precise with that. So 40 would be there, 50 would be there. So if we go 50. Of course it doesn't want to play ball. same consistent spacing. So we'd have probably some lighting running up there, because I think it would be rude not to. And then we'll have some shelving in there, which will make all wooden and lovely. Could do. So what's that? That's 25 centimeters, which is quite big, quite tall in terms of shelf space. So the question is, do I do the same this end? I suppose so. Let's give it a try and see a minute. So a 50 centimeter line would be there. I never actually thought to measure the height of them, so if we go 100, goes to there, which goes up to there. So if we do 75, that should give us our 25 centimeter shelves. SketchUp's really having one of them days today, isn't it? Right, so let's group that up into a component. Move it out of the way. That can go for now. Right. What on earth's going on with this? didn't I do this before? May as well just extrude that across like that. That's much quicker. Actually, while we're here, let's just line that up. Come on. Yeah, so this is why we need to redo this face along here, because all those non-coplanar vertices are just messing it up. So, not a problem. We can fix that. Oh, hey, Delta. Yeah, it does look quite lost in that room, so I think, yeah, we'll go with the bigger one. Definitely. I think I went with like it was either a UK double or a UK king size, which is a lot smaller than the American beds. So I think if we go with the American sizing, give it a much more impressive bed. Yeah, so I think what I'll do with these is I'll kind of semi-round off the front of these pillars. And then maybe have that as exposed wood. So if we end the white panel short of like the nose of it, make it rounded, and maybe have the white panel just kind of come up like that. Like we've got in here. Hang on a minute, let's get rid of all that nonsense. So where we've got this curve coming up here like this, I think it'd be good to continue that around. So where we have our pillar going up, just have that curve going up. So we're using the same kind of general design language we have in here, on here, which would be nice. Yeah, and then have that come across with a lit up panel. And then the ceilings will be, yeah, that's the full height ceiling, so they'll come up like that. But with the table and chairs in the middle, it'll form much more of a focal point to the room. Because this area here is way too big just for a sofa on its own, so we really needed to separate that out. It's our pleasure to help, Delta. Where are the fuel rats when you need them, eh? Yeah, similarly, if you name your character Harry, you can never be the captain. It's going to be much more difficult to do that on the curve. Right, let's get this bit done here. So it's probably going to be easier. Yeah, I need to pull that bit down really. So if we fix that end. So we line that up to that vertex there. Come on, line up. Come on. There we go. Right, and the same probably here, yeah. So there was two on top of each other there, which again doesn't help. There you go. Ever so slight bit of geometry nonsense going on. Of course. Right, I'm going to delete that face. No, not those ones. Hang on, let's do this over here. So if we just mark off that bit and that bit, and we need to get rid of that bit. Same on this side. And we should be able to join all that up in one click. the end pieces had that extra bit of curve on them, so let's just straighten them off. Like it. Worse. Let's make sure we got no weird overlappingness going on. Yeah, we had a couple there, so let's fix that. Looking a bit tidier. Same again. Right, not dealing with too crazy a geometry now. We, I guess, just separate out that bit. Then extrude that down. Have to chop the bottom off a little bit to make it flat. Right, and the same on this side as well. Something I just noticed with this is obviously because the whole ceiling's curved, it means this face is coming down at an angle. But of course we want our pillars to be straight, which means we've got this kind of weird kink going on at the top, which I think we might just have to live with. I'm sure no one will notice. Right, so as for this side, yeah, it was inevitable. I think I'm tempted to split this and this into separate pieces so that we can manage them separately. Because that way we can grab all of that and then all of that, group that up and make it a component. And the same here, group it up, make it a component. And then that way we can edit that one separately and that one separately. I'm just checking like how far off these faces are from one another. So this is coplanar with itself, but on this side it is 0.004 centimeters off, which is a lifetime of distance away. What about this side? That side is even worse. Brilliant. So I think the best way of handling this is probably going to just take one face from all of it, take the whole lot, and then work on making this side coplanar and then just extrude it across. Because at least then we're dealing with what is absolutely then good geometry. To make this easier, let's see if we can just highlight the individual vertexes. There we go. Right. Oops. So the objective here is to make all of these coplanar with that face there. as we go, they should all start disappearing. Or rather, we should be able to delete them, like so. Oops. I know that one is already. And the fact we need to do this is just a byproduct of the fact we did some messy extrusions that did not quite go as straight as we needed them to. You can see that this side is particularly messed up. Is that two edges? Yes, there is two edges there. Bad geometry. What's going on down here? So now that we've fixed that and made it all properly coplanar, like, let's just pop that up there, because that wasn't properly coplanar either. Then pop that on there. Right, we can now very simply just extrude it like so. And it's much cleaner and much nicer. Apart from this bit. What's going on here? Better. Okay, so we should be able to find, or rather define, those curves now. So I was thinking before they were maybe a little bit too narrow, but perhaps that's too smooth of a curve. Yeah, that makes it look more like an archway. We're not looking for an archway effect as such. Thank you. Do you like to eat bee? Yeah, it's definitely very rewarding once you see an engine and it's like properly all smoothed off and looks good. It's as you can see from this, it's like these are challenging shapes to work with because none of it's really straight. Just had a thought for this actually. So that would be a consistent 50 centimeter gap around it. Obviously it's doing as usual. That's better. Right, so if we were to do something like that, just thinking on it for a minute. That would kind of give us that kind of arrangement, which is probably too similar to Pike's Quarters, if I'm honest. Yeah, top beam is 50. So I'm just realizing the fact that obviously that wall ends there, so we need to just make sure we cater for that. And the same on this side, just make sure we cater for where the wall actually ends. Just so that we have some consistency in our directions from the wall. many faces are there? Wow, 4 faces. Right, that just ensures that we're actually measuring from the right spot. So yeah, I think the best way of perhaps handling this is if we again measure that for 50, but we don't go all the way to the floor or all the way to the top. So we make it a lot thicker in terms of its the beam itself, so that it's not looking like a rip-off of Pike's Quarters, because we don't want to do that. So I'm guessing we want about 1 meter off the ground for the bottom bit. So if we put that there, and we don't want that, and we don't need the shelves going all the way up there either, so let's say, well, that would be 1 meter. Oh, auto save, ruining the day again. Yeah, so what we're doing here is still the framework pieces, so the wall panels will actually go on top of this. So they'll be quite thick. See, 1 meter is there, which I don't know, feels a bit low. Right, so we do the same exercise on this side. So we got 1 meter off the ground, and then 1 meter of shelving. So that would go across there, and then that would go across there. Gives us more of that kind of size, which I think feels a bit more reasonable. going to be much harder for the curved one because there's much less of it. These ones are a fair bit wider, so we might have to have a different style of shelving maybe. How are we doing face? Ugh. Yeah, there's some pretty shocking faces on that, so might have to make a flat shape that I punch through the hole. Let's just well, I suppose let's round them first and take it from there. That went smoother than expected. I say that, didn't go smoothly at all. Yeah. What I'm tempted to do with this is, whilst we've got our angled face there, I'm tempted to extrude that vertically down, because the only places where you're going to really notice are going to be where it intersects with the circular bit in the middle. So this one's got flat faces that are vertical, and it would solve the kink at the top there. I think I'll when I make this permanent, I think I will do that. So I'll keep the top bit angled because it needs to confine to the ceiling, but the rest of it really doesn't, so I can just pull that down vertically, and that solves all these headaches. It'll also make this curve an awful lot cleaner, because then you won't have this problem where it's kind of lost its way somewhat. Same problem there. So that'll do for now, but I can't round off the edges until I fix the geometry, because there's no way in hell that the rounding tool is going to manage to cope with this. Not a hope in hell. So I'm assuming that doesn't line up to there, so we'll get to that in a sec. Okay, that was an ordeal. Right, so SketchUp won't actually let you draw a curve on a face. So fortunately there is a plugin that we can use for that. But for some odd reason it doesn't let you type in an exact amount. So you're going to have to guesstimate it. It's probably as close to 50 as we're going to get. And And then it does that. Brilliant. Try it on the other side. No, other side's worse. There's some stuff up there to fix, but I'll fix that in a minute. The important thing is we have our potential shelving spot. Yes, yeah, the fact that they're not as wide is definitely the issue. I'm just hoping that we can have a smaller shelving unit. So we can do a similar thing. The issue we're going to have though is of course they're on a curve, so because ideally the way I want to do this is I can't extrude that through there because it will mess right up. Although that said, I probably can extrude that through there. Yeah, because if you look at the geometry that I'm cutting through, it's going to create all sorts of weirdness. But we can do that. And then obviously pull that through there. So means we're going to have to do each of these separately and then just join them like that. Right, and then these ones need to come down to there. Again, because we're working on a curved face, and that makes life awkward. No, I would actually. Let's extrude that and see what happens. Intersect rather. Okay, not terrible. Yeah, it's a much smaller space for shelving, but there's definitely shelving space there, so we can stick something on it. Just kind of continues the theme of having shelves in the support pillars. And we don't want to pull them across any further because the floor detailing is going to have the same distance all the way around. We don't want to mess that up. Right, so same on this side, same painful procedure. So that goes to there, that goes to there. and then we can join them up. That was just going to be awkward. Sort this out. So the main thing here is that these front pillars are the same on all of them. So we've got our same 50 centimeter pillar. The only thing that's really different is the width of the shelves. So these ones just an hour. Everything else about them should be identical. And when we do the actual paneling on top of them, the paneling will have the same detailing, just to keep it all consistent. If I pop it on that level, that pops it over there as well, so we can actually see it reversed on the other side. Okay. So just to go along with the nicety of having it all lovely and smooth, let's just go ahead and curve those edges. We should be able to round this one without any particular hassles. And the same in there as well. Though we won't go for the full 10 on that one, we'll halve it. Why, oh why, oh why. Sigh. Hang on, why did that get rid of the whole... of course it did. Thank you, Festus. Right, let's try that again. There we go. Brilliant. All those times I said I love working with SketchUp, I take it all back. Okay, so that would be the underlying metalwork. And this would actually be hollow, so, oops, not like that. So I will thicken this up to be 1 inch thick metal, but it'll be hollow on the inside. And then we will wrap the actual paneling around this, so things like the brackets for the wall panels will be on this surface. And then they'll just attach accordingly. It should look a bit like that. we'll make sure that the kitchen counters don't come like anywhere near this edge, so we'll probably stop them there just to give a bit of breathing room, and we'll have panels on it as well, obviously. Yeah, it's going to look really nice, I think. And then for the shelves themselves, we will inset those into here. So again, we'll have, stop flicking, we'll have like a wooden trim on the inside, and then wooden shelving for basically the same as this. So we'll use this same design language with the curved edge and everything, and have the shelves kind of inside of that curved edge, just to keep the design language consistent. Well, we've got 15 minutes to go, so why don't we try and get some of this actually into the engine. Oh, autosave. Just do the geometry first, I think. Right, so this is going to be Magellan, Ring 1, framework. Should be that one, not the aft walls. Right, say goodbye to the old layout because it's about to go bye-bye. This is the same mesh, by the way, where nanite tessellation wouldn't work, and that has since fixed itself, so that's good news. So that can go now. Have a look at it in action. Already deleted. But every time we do a tech demo on Steam, we create a branch for the previous tech demo, so you can go back to previous branches and kind of track performance and stuff as you go. Let's go and have a look. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. Yeah, so I might need to actually make these bits slightly smaller anyway, because obviously we need that 50 centimeter gap where the panel goes, so that's too close to enable the bracketing we need for the next set of panels. So that shelving hole will need to be about like here, I would have thought, and the same on this side again, so we can get a 50 centimeter curve in there. So that's going to have to come across a bit, so they will actually be closer to these ones. Well, and saying that, actually this is going to need it too, so this one might actually need to go. We might only have shelving on these ones, or even only on this one. We shall see. But yeah, I think it's definitely a better use of the space we've got here. Oh, I need to sort the top bit out actually, because we're missing our curve. And we don't want that. So we also need to export out the top bit. So that would be BDEC framework top. Oh, in SketchUp, obviously. Durr. Yeah, and that's already got our inner ceiling added. This is going to require a new file because it's obviously a whole new file. We're doing, yeah, that ring 1 framework. They were all OBJ files before, and now they are FBXs, because for the first time in forever, SketchUp now supports FBXs, which I'm very happy about. That's better. Actually see what we're doing now. Nowhere near Michael Douglas, no. The current plan is to release the game for free, and we're going to use the DCS world model of paid ships. So the base sandbox will be free, the ships will be paid. Yep. I'm missing half the ceiling. So I guess on each of these now I need to go through and delete that little bit of stray geometry. Yeah, I think I got all of them. Interesting seeing it from like the mirrored perspective as well. Kind of gives you a different feeling on it. And obviously the mirrored one, I haven't got rid of the central beam yet, so only the unmirrored one has got the clean surface on the top. And yeah, I like this. I do like this lip going around the top here. Obviously it gets quite thin on this edge, but I think it frames the ceiling nicely, and it gives us something to kind of take the wall panels up to. And I'll have it come out probably the same distance as the wall panel. Okay, we've still got a couple of minutes to go, so let's see if we can get the fire pit in there just to see what that feels like. So we want that bit, so if we actually colour this so we can see what it looks like in wood. Wood. That'll do for now. And maybe a different wood for that. Oh great, yeah, the fire things are separate, so that's good. Right, so we want that. And actually if we group that up and we just add this to the framework for now. Then we'll get like the mirrored version of it. Stick that under the walls. And then because that's got transparency on it, we will once again break the tessellation on these surfaces, because you can't have transparency with tessellation, or with nanite rather. Thank you, Firstus, and I absolutely concur. Right, So which one's which here? Don't know. That would be that one. Should have, yeah, put some pebbles in there. Apricot, what are you? Don't know. Actually, before I check it out in game, let's make that a slightly different color. So that Unreal sees it differently as a different texture group, because then we can give it the corridor wall paint. Because I would intend to make it white. It is white, it's just too dark in there to see it. Okay. Nice. Fabric. That's the one I wanted. Which one's that? Yeah, that one. Better. Right, let's give that a try. Oh, good night, CSI. Have a good one. Well, it's late for you. Yeah, almost. Just minutes away. Hello. Yep, I reckon this is going to look pretty good, you know. Are we missing some nanite on here? Oh yeah, we are. Lumen, rather. It's better. See what we're doing now. Yeah, the circular wooden plinth platform is kind of under the carpet there, so you can't see it. But yeah, I think with the wooden flooring around it as well, it'll look nice. And then we'll trim the carpet around the wood, and trim the carpet around kind of the big features of the room. So the sofa, maybe where the coffee table goes, like kitchen units and stuff. So we'll have this grey outer bit of carpet wrapping around all the features on the ground, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I think once yeah, we'll do a wooden floor in the kitchen. Yeah, I think once we've got all the wall paneling in and all the proper lighting fixtures and everything, I think it should be quite a comfortable space. And we'll get the sofa in here. Probably have shelving in the corners anyway. Some additional shelving. Yeah, I don't actually have any fire assets I can stick in it right now, otherwise I would. And obviously once we separate the glass into a separate object, those pebbles will be tessellated as well, which will be nice. It'll all be 3D. But yeah, I think as crew quarters go, I think that's pretty nice. And obviously the bedroom will just stay as is, the bathroom will stay as is. And this will be like just a big open plan area to live. Yeah, and I can definitely see the similarities with Pike's quarters, you know, with the angled beams and just the general open plan layout. But hopefully it'll be nicer. Not quite as Art Deco as Pike's quarters is. A lot more retro futuristic. Yeah. Okay, well, I shall leave it there. It is now midnight, but before I go, I will just share the fundraiser again, because poor old Delta, stranded in Texas. I haven't refreshed it in a while. Brilliant. Well done, guys. Hopefully this will really help Delta out. Get that engine fixed. Where's the link? Oh, I'll get it from there. It'd be easier, wouldn't it? Copy link. Yeah, so one last time, if you can help Delta out, then please do so, because he is in a bit of a pickle. Alright, so we made it through the stream, nothing crashed, we're all good. So we should be set for Sunday. So I shall see you all on Sunday, where we'll be working on the Caravella. Right, have a good rest of the week. Bye for now.